Greetings from Anna Smith and Paul Hand, and a very warm welcome, tennis fans, to semi-final Saturday of the Cinch Wheelchair Tennis Championships from the Queen's Club, West London. One of the most popular and longest-running ATP Tour tennis events, established in 1889. It's consistently supported by the best players of the men's game. Today we're focusing on the men's wheelchair event. All four men's wheelchair semi-finalists on court one. First, the two singles semi-finals, followed by both men's doubles semi-finals as well. Queen signifying, of course, the opening of the short grass court season for the world's best wheelchair players. Crescendoing at Wimbledon, the third Grand Slam of the season. Now, Wimbledon for the wheelchair event starts a day earlier this year on the second Wednesday, the 12th of July, so 2 weeks next Wednesday. So our first semi-final, a very interesting all-British top 2 clash between two doubles partners, dear friends and former world number ones, and both former champions here. Remarkably, it's a 40th career meeting between Alfie, Hewett and Gordon Reid. Following this with the Franco-Belgian veteran clash, which sees Stéphane Houdet square off with the second seed and reigning champion Joachim Gérard. Turning our attention onto this one, we have a real juicy quartet of semi-finals for you today, starting with this Hewett-Reid all-British clash. And it's a 40th career meeting between these two, as we said. Second consecutive semi-final for Alfie Hewett. He lost to Joachim Gérard in a close third set last year. Joachim went on to win the title, but Alfie ranked 2 in the world these days, 25 years of age, from Cantley in Norfolk. Was recently dethroned in Paris from the world number 1 spot to Tokita Oda, a real fast riser on the men's game, just 17 years of age as well. One to watch out for, his name, Tokita Oda. Keep an eye on him during Wimbledon. Yeah, so Alfie, it'll be interesting to see how he goes here today. He'll be putting the friendship aside, obviously. They're dear friends, good partners, as we said, but it's a difficult matchup in that regard, I guess. But he has won 25 of the last 14 matches against Gordon Reid, and won the last 7 matches indeed, Alfie Hewett, and he's 2-0 on both occasions on grass against this man, Gordon Reid, now the world number 8, British number 2, 31 years of age, the left-hander from Glasgow. It'll be really interesting because, of course, all the weight of expectation, Anna, is on Alfie's shoulders, really.
Yeah, it will be. You just look at the sort of last 7 matches they've played, and you said that Alfie's sort of got the head-to-head record against him. And if you look back at the last 4 matches as well, Gordon's only managed to win 15 games in those, and the last time he won a set was back in 2021. So all the momentum is with Alfie. So Gordon's at least fit and healthy now, just overcome those wrist problems. So what's he going to be able to do? Is he going to try and stop the rot a little bit?
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what he does. He's a real good, varied player, isn't he, Gordon? He mixes it up a lot, but you do sense with Alfie, you know, he's just so punishing the way he pushes, throws his chair around really aggressively, doesn't he? He's really very, very fast in his chair, and I think that sort of physically he seems to have the edge as the younger man. And of course, as you said, Gordon has had that wrist issue a while back now, and hopefully over the worst of that, but is he sharp enough to really test the current world number 2? It'll all unfold very, very shortly as they're just coming to the tail end of their warm-up. It should be a real feast of entertainment if it lives up to its billing.
Yeah, you'd hope so. The previous encounter that they had just a couple of weeks ago at Roland Garros, was sort of a one-sided clash, wasn't it? Alfie Hewett just lost the one game, so I think the grass and the change of surface will help Gordon. Like you said, he's got that variety, suits his game a little bit more, but as we've seen, Alfie Hewett's pretty dominant on this surface as well.
So, a lefty-righty clash. Friendship put aside, they're used to that. As I say, it's a 40th career meeting between the two. It's never personal. They're great mates on and off the court, and they'll just be getting on with business. It's something they're familiar with doing. And of course, they'll be coming out here in the third match on this court after the men's second semi-final as well, playing together. That's the thing with sport, you need to have a little bit of amnesia, don't you, to be able to sort of forget your worst losses and remember your good ones. You've got to be selective. So important for Gordon to get some traction, and I'm really keen to watch Alfie as well, because he did take a bruising loss at the French Open final to Takito Oda in straight sets, and Takito Oda was suggesting that all he wanted to do was hit the ball faster than Alfie Hewett, and he certainly did that. He hit numerous winners. It was a really great match to watch in that regard, but Alfie was really put in his place, and I'm wondering now whether he will sort of mentally try and kick on and get his game to the next level. Is that he had a bit of a drubbing against the new guard, if you will.
I think sometimes it's good though to have a bit of a reality check. When you're winning too much, you know, you can get a bit comfortable, and for him to have someone to try and claim his crown, so to speak, I think it is really good. It gives him fresh impetus and want to keep improving all different aspects of his game, because I mean there's not too many weaknesses are there really, but it's just these fine margins.
Gordon Reid to get this first wheelchair men's single semi-final underway. Well, how's that for defence? Straining every sinew there. Brilliant backhand angle from Reid.
Wasn't a bad return either, was it? I'm not sure he knew too much about where that backhand was going. Found the angle though, and Hewett couldn't do anything.
Oh, wonderful off forehand return from Alfie Hewett. It's a serve I think we'll be seeing a lot of from Gordon, trying to tangle Alfie into his body.
Problem is though, if you don't get it quite into the slot, Alfie's too good to not put it away.
Yeah, confident early returning, and of course these two, Anna, they know each other's games so well, don't they? They've practiced together endless occasions, doubles, they know all their strengths and weaknesses. And that makes for a better match ultimately in the end, you would imagine, on that basis. The classical lefty swinging serve just missing. He's got a second though.
Not one of those matches though where they're going to have to try and find some video clips and get a few ideas about how to play the opponent, is it? They know each other like the back of their hand, and it's really just going to be about who can come out and execute their game plan. And so far in this opening game, Hewett's done really well with the returns.
Oh, a beautiful off forehand winner there with the +1 from Gordon Reid. Still another break point here for Alfie Hewett. Well, a super early lift for the world number 2. Top seed here. Rolling into form early in this opening semi-final with a break of the Reid serve. He'll be feeling good about his plight right now. That was a very all-out aggressive return game.
It was, and it wasn't quite the start that Gordon Reid would have wanted. Would have looked to have made a few more first serves. Just gave Alfie Hewett a look at a few too many second serves, and he's just so devastating. And even in that rally, you just showed the defensive skills that he possesses as well.
So the gloves are off early in this one. Alfie Hewett really taking it to Gordon Reid in that return game. Can he play a solid start here to the consolidation game?
Alfie Hewett to serve.
Fierce tenacity of this match with the clarinet in the background, which is soothing, quite contrast to the all-out attack from Alfie Hewett. Well, it's certainly a tough end to serve at this one for a right-hander, staring into the dazzling sun, which dips lower, making it more and more awkward as the afternoon progresses. From a right-hander's perspective. Oh, top draw with the backhand return from Reid.
That's what I really feel that he's need to do today. He's got to be aggressive. Can't let Hewett dominate these rallies, and by the time he gets to look at a second serve, he's really got to try and push forward, be aggressive.
Deadly accurate, that one. Ace out wide on the juice court. His game so honed and precise, and yet the match so young. He's come out firing on all cylinders, has Hewett.
Surprising miss there on the backhand from Hewett. Got exactly what he wanted. Normally so clinical on that slice, isn't he?
Yeah, the address looked a little laboured there, didn't it? Perhaps a little concentration error, maybe still a few nerves jangling. Surprising after that previous ace, he looked so positive. Gordon Reid worked hard there, but still nothing tangible on the scoreboard. It's all Alfie Hewett at the moment. He romps out to a heady 2-love lead then.
You can see in that game, though, how much of a difference it made. Hewett got a lot more first serves in than Gordon did in that opening game, and he's able to just back it up, and he's so good at that serve and ball three. Really clinical and relentless.
It's a rivalry that goes all the way back to 2013 when they first met. brilliant from the former world number one. Indeed, all four semi-finalists are former world number ones. That's how high the quality is on semi-final Saturday here on court one. Reid was world number one back on the 19th of September 2016. 7 years ago now.
Hewett leads 2 games to 1.
So Gordon Reid then salvages some pride. He's on the board at last, so that'll feel good. Soothing, settling game for the left-handed Glaswegian. Just keen to stay in touch with Alfie Hewett. Doesn't want to cut himself adrift, that's for sure. Early stage is so important here in trying to foster some confidence on this beautiful Saturday. Floppy hats, sunglasses, cream, all coming to the fore. It's a lovely day. Temperatures up at around, spiking at 28 degrees today, up to 30 tomorrow, we're told. So much at stake for these two. It's all about, for Alfie, I'd imagine, just, you know, keeping the supremacy, keeping his peer at arm's length throughout. I'm the world number 2. He serves here with a 2-1 advantage. At the moment, just seems to be taking the ball just that little bit earlier. More accurate with his ball placement. Yeah, it's fairly evident as well that Alfie Hewett's playing behind Gordon Reid quite a lot, getting him to turn and twist a lot, and it's it's meaning that Gordon just doesn't have much chair momentum in what he's doing.
The physicality as well, isn't it, that Alfie's bringing to the court? You can see there's just such a energy about him, wants to get behind the ball, wants to get on the front foot and dominate a lot more of these rallies.
Teasing out error nicely now, the top seed and world number 2. Working very hard, you can hear him brutally throwing his chair around, such is his physicality. Solid service hold from Alfie Hewett, and he pulls away. 2-game cushion for the top seed right now. He leads 3-1.
Such a strength though for Alfie, isn't it? The court presence that he brings, and like I was saying, the energy, that determination, and you know that he's not going to go away when you see him down the other end of the net. It's quite intimidating for an opponent, even for someone like Gordon Reid.
Oh, best point of the match so far. All court tennis, and Alfie Hewett just scrambling around in defence, turning it into attack in the end.
How deflating though for Gordon Reid, wasn't it? He couldn't really have played a better point, did everything right. Serve pretty much skimming the line. Got Alfie Hewett on the run, and just the way he's able to turn it around.
It's just savage intensity from Alfie Hewett, who is just so determined today to make that extra ball. I thought it was a pretty good passing shot here from Reid.
I mean, if I'm Gordon Reid right now, I'm really thinking what I'm going to have to do to win a point here. Again, like I said in the previous point, he couldn't really have done anything more, and maybe just got a little bit of a helping hand from the frame.
Lovely change up with the direction on serve there from the left-hander. Rio 2016 Paralympic champion, of course, Gordon. 2016 Aussie Open and Wimbledon champion in the same year as well. Oh, it's beautifully placed from Alfie Hewett. He's putting the ball in all the right places just now. There's a sort of snorting, snarling intensity about him right now. Alfie. Like you say, it's just a blur of intensity, isn't it? And blue at the bottom of your picture right now. He's everywhere at once, seemingly, in his chair. So desperate to get a second break of serve. Yeah, there it is. No nonsense return off the forehand winner. And indeed, he puts more daylight between himself and his opponent. He leads 4-1, does Alfie Hewett. He's in the box seat right now. Well, what a performance so far from Britain's Alfie Hewett. He's just had an air of superiority about him, hasn't he? He's sort of stamped his authority on this really early, and he's determined not to let up. If anything, he's even more imposing right now than he was from the very beginning.
He's just going through the gears, isn't he? I'd probably say he's up to about third gear, and worryingly, I feel like maybe he's got a few more to go as well.
And I think it's a more tough mental dynamic that he's got to grapple with than Gordon as well. The sense of expectation on him, you know, and having beaten Gordon the last 7 times as well, fairly emphatically.
Let's. Or so.
By much. He can produce some magic touches like that, Gordon Reid. We've seen that a lot over the years. He's very highly skilled, likes to change the speeds and spins.
I think that's something he's got to do a little bit more, though. I think it's almost just been a little bit too samey for the first 5 games. I think he needs to just try and get Alfie a little bit more out of his rhythm.
Yeah, the trouble is, I guess, is that Alfie's hitting the ball at such tempo, it's hard to grab the reins of control, isn't it, at this stage? It's been played at a ferocious pace, courtesy of this man driving it along. He's bossed the match so far really well. He's got the double break. Can he find more expansive parts of his game? Just got a little tangled there, Gordon Reid, and Hewett is fist pumping again. There's been no nonsense on his service game so far in this set. And the door remains firmly double locked. Alfie Hewett with his double break of serve advantage, and he's building nicely right now. 4 games clear of Gordon Reid.
You look at the body language difference as well between the two players, and you can just see there Alfie's got this steely determination, does he? And Gordon, sort of the shoulders are starting to slump a little bit. It's tough when you've got a losing record against a player. There's almost that air of resignation, isn't there?
Well, it must feel so strange to Gordon Reid and a little bit sort of disgruntling for him, because you know, in the early years when they met back in 2013, Alfie was a child, a really young lad, and he was kind of schooling him all the way, and now suddenly when he breaks to the front, there must be something inside him that feels a little let down, and particularly on a big court like this, he'd want to really do better than he is at the moment, let's say.
It is hard though, so a player, I'm sure you've had it in your career as well as me, you go onto a court and there's certain players that you just sort of have a losing streak against, and you go onto court thinking, what do I need to do to change it? And you do have that sort of negative feeling going onto court. Maybe that's something that Gordon has.
That's just squirted wide into the tram lines as well, and from nowhere it's a first set point then for Alfie Hewett. Full marks to Alfie Hewett. What an opening set he notches, offering up just the breadstick to his doubles partner and dear friend Gordon Reid, whose head is sunken already. He has a lot of work to do. Alfie Reid halfway home into tomorrow's final.
You just look at the stats there from Alfie Hewett. Very clinical, wasn't he? Just everything he did well. And as you mentioned, the sort of shoulder slump towards the end of that first set, but just felt as if Alfie Hewett just went through the gears, didn't he? First serve percentage, 71% winning, 80%, didn't lose a point behind the second serve as well. Gordon Reid just couldn't create any opportunities, and just look at the total points won. Stingy, wasn't he? Alfie Hewett only gave away 11 points, and Gordon Reid just had to work so hard for each and every single point he had out there, and it's a little bit demoralising, isn't it, when you know you have to work that hard just to win points, let alone games.
Yeah, it really is. Alfie won 6-1-6 love yesterday against Abassi in 57 minutes, and it's mercenary then as well, but today taming his doubles partner with equal effect. Same scoreline at the moment. Will he keep on with this high octane level that he's brought from the off here as we approach set 2 with his serve to come. He sets a very high bar, that's for sure, and he's armed with new balls which will be whizzing through the air even quicker.
Thought he'd made one of those for a third time, got it off the frame, but this time just didn't quite work. And I think for Gordon Reid here, the first 3 service games for him are going to be crucial, aren't they? He's just got to try and find a way to get into this second set. Can he get it to 3-all and possibly create a few opportunities?
Nicely done. More like it from Gordon Reid. Alfie didn't like it.
Needs to be more assertive in these rallies, doesn't he? Got to try and get the forehand into play, try and stretch the court and open it up a little bit more. It's been pretty central, and normally Gordon Reid's so adept at breaking the tram lines, finding the spaces.
Yeah, spreading the court beautifully, the server there.
30.
It's their 3rd meeting on grass. We mentioned that Alfie won the last 2, one of them being in the 2019 final here 4 years ago. The other at Wimbledon last year, where Gordon said, I wasn't fully fit, I was recovering from his wrist injury, and so I'm looking forward to the match. Alfie, one of the guys to beat at the top of the game, so I'm looking forward to that challenge, and hopefully we can put on a good show tomorrow, he said yesterday in a post-match interview. Don't you feel so silly when you do that? For able-bodied players, it's bouncing the ball on your toe and it goes flying off somewhere else. Nicely done. Worked up and down with plenty of spin from Alfie Hewett. And again, it's a familiar look as he rolls on early in set 2.
You mentioned there that Gordon was saying that yesterday he was looking forward to this match, and I'm not quite sure he's enjoying it quite as much today.
Yeah, it's all going past in a bit of a blur, isn't it? Alfie Hewett with the reins right now, can do no wrong. More like it from Reid. What's it all about? Just loosening off, freeing off a little bit, throwing caution to the wind.
Easier said than done, though, isn't it?
It's the weight of the scoreboard pressure, I guess. Brilliant.
All you can do in a situation like this, so is focus on your side of the court. You know, we've all been there where we've lost a pretty comfortable first set, and you've just got to find a way to regroup. Remember what your tactics are out there. Just keep trying to bring the energy, bring the focus.
Well, it was a double fault in the end. Rather a late call, but a correct one. Now, will he go with his classical lefty swinging serve and get Alfie right out of the court? He's done so a few times earlier in the opening, but to no avail, to no advantage. Alfie's quick to get out there. Oh, nicely done. Clever little slice chip, very short in the court.
It's a little bit more of the variety that you want to see from Reid. Can use a little bit of the higher top spin, use the slices as well, mix in with the drop shots.
Waited with that lob from Gordon Reid, and rightly he gets a generous hand of applause.
That'll settle a few nerves, won't it? You could just see a little fist pump there towards his team, and it's exactly the type of game that he needs, and it's what we're used to seeing from Gordon Reid, isn't it? A bit more of the court craft and not just the flat-out power that Hewett has, and that's what he needs to do more of this set.
So he locks in at a game all, does Gordon Reid. Now, first and foremost, he's got to stay with Alfie Hewett. Could he get a break of serve here, possibly? Lovely serve +1, stinging that forehand down the line with authority.
Wasn't able to really get into too many of the Alfie Hewett service games in the opening set. 81% of first serves points won. Didn't lose a point behind the second serve either.
Spreading the court beautifully there, all set up by that deep return of serve from Gordon Reid. Well, he knows he's got to go find some length of shot, just overcooking it there.
Those are the little chances, though, that you have to take. All of a sudden, 30-15 could have been 15-30, and a little bit of an opening there.
Normally so good around those sort of improvisations of the half volley, Gordon Reid, but not there.
Been a few times though in this match so far where you feel that there's been shots that Gordon Reid wouldn't normally miss, but when you're playing someone who covers the court as well, you just feel like you have to go for a little bit more, have finer margins, and just forcing the error.
I guess that's because Alfie Hewett is so quick. Gobbles up ground really fast in his chair. Gordon feels he's got to cut it a little tighter to the net. Oh, wonderful strike from the left-hander.
Much better width on the forehand as well. Really opening the court makes such a difference when he's able to just break that tram line. He just gives himself a lot more space to work with.
Impeccable strike off the backhand wing from Alfie Hewett.
Hewett leads 2 games to 1.
Winners abound out here. It's been high level from the top seed. And he now leads a set and 2-1. Well, the LTA are hosting 5 indoor one-day events across Great Britain again this year to help the sport sport to more people and find the wheelchair tennis champions of the future. This year the LTA's Wheelchair Tennis Initiative Days are being held in August, September and October. And they are the 26th of August at the National Tennis Centre in London, Roehampton. Sunday the 10th of September at Chesterfield Lord Tennis Club. 17th of September at Oxtall's Sports Park in Gloucester. And Saturday the 23rd of September in Kingsley Tennis Centre, Borden. And October, date to be confirmed, in Eastern Tennis Centre in Norwich, where Alfie hails from. He's Cantley, is at Eastern Tennis Centre. You don't need a chair to participate or a tennis racket. The LTA will provide all the equipment you need, but do email the LTA at the Disability Tennis at lta.org.uk if you're interested. You can see more of this excellent tennis tomorrow. Of course, we'll be bringing you the showpiece title decider as well as the doubles as well. Another 3 matches to follow this one as well. So plenty for you. Here's Gordon Reid then playing catch up, trailing a set 1-2. Just a little bit more pop on his serve in the second set, Anna.
Yeah, it just feels as if maybe he's just gaining in confidence, that the first 3 games have settled his nerves a little bit, being more aggressive.
Sweetly struck backhand return from Alfie Hewett.
Seen that a few times today, haven't we? Gordon Reid, lefty slider out wide that's normally so effective. Hewett just seems to be reading it, and that's where they know each other's game so well. He knows exactly what Reid's going to do on the serve.
Oh yes, that's what he does. He's got that beautiful silky touch, Gordon Reid. And every now and then it reveals itself.
Disguised it really well as well. You saw Hewett and his core position. He was so far behind the baseline. I think he thought it was going to go deep, but instead Reid went short with it.
Sense almost trying a little hard there. He'd done all the serving quality was good. He'd spread the court but unable to clear the net with the last backhand to his frustration. So locked in at 30 all. Well, he normally comes out on top of those cat and mouse exchanges, Gordon Reid, but not on that occasion.
Just tried to be a little too fancy, didn't he? On that occasion, didn't quite need to be as close to the net as that.
Alfie Hewett's done a really good job of negating the leftiness of the Reid serve. He's taken the swinger away on the advantage corner a little because he's returning his backhand so well. Hewett here with a break point. That's a wonderful serve, tangling Hewett into his chair.
Looked like he was almost moving to cover the wide serve and then just moved a little bit too early and just sort of got himself jammed up, didn't he?
Where does he go? Does he go wide or does he spike it down the tee here? He's got to keep mixing his spots. Oh yes, cleverly done from Alfie Hewett. Got the ball down with his penultimate backhand really low to Reid and then picked off the fruit because it was an excellent pushing skills. You sense this is a must-win game for Gordon, given what we saw in that 1-6 opener. Targeting the body of Alfie Hewett quite a lot more now, isn't he? Which is clever, seeming to gain in that regard.
Mr. Sitter there, Hewett just closing the court down, rather kamikaze style. Perhaps Reid took his eye off the... So Alfie Hewett breaks again. Heads out to a healthy set 3-1.
Feels like it's been a little bit of a story of the match there for Gordon Reid. There's been some good stuff and then just some good points that he's played. He just hasn't been able to get them over the line, and Alfie Hewett again just showing his physicality. He's just able to make one extra ball every single point.
Now then, Reid keen to make amends immediately. that terrific early forehand return from Gordon Reid. And a trio of breakpoint opportunities to nibble away at the scoreboard arrears.
Just over pressing a little bit with the slice backhand. I would love to have seen him just push that deep and force Alfie Hewett to hit the passing shot. Still got two opportunities here to break though. Hewett needs to find a first serve though, doesn't he?
Yes, one saved, two more break points to manage. He's been potent in more facets of his game today. He's played some bullying tennis, which is what you've got to do on a grass court. Take ownership. Generally, be fairly aggressive. Balls are heavy. Court's fast. Saves all three, commendably. How about that from Alfie Hewett? Really strong from love 40. Trio of back-to-back points.
Just he's come up with the tennis when he's needed to, hasn't he? Anytime his back's been slightly against the wall, he's just found the first serve, found a big forehand when he needed to, just his physical movement, found a way to get another ball back in the court, and that's really been the difference.
Ah, wonderful from Reid, a timely and much needed response from him. Engineering a fourth break point now. Alfie Hewett's definitely played the bigger points far better throughout this occasion so far.
It's not just been the break points as well either, it's been those little moments at 15-all, 30-15.
Cleverly done. Nice sense of cool from Gordon Reid. So it's a handful of break points for the left-hander in this game alone. Surely he's got to convert this one. His set play is just that little bit more bossy and reliable.
And also anytime Reid's had an opportunity. I feel like he hasn't gone after it. You know, he hasn't really tried to go and grab it. He's sort of hoped for the error from Hewett, and it just hasn't happened so far.
Lucky little break off the forehand there, off the edge of the frame from Gordon Reid, but he'll take it. He offers a hand of apology to Alfie Hewett. And it brings up break point number 6. It's been one of those days so far for this man from Glasgow, who's tried everything. Nothing really tangible on the scoreboard so far. Brilliant back behind from Alfie Hewett again. A ploy he's used fruitfully throughout this match.
That's the return I'm talking about. It felt a bit passive, didn't it, Paul? Just felt like he could have really gone after it and knifed it, and instead he just left it with no pace in the middle of the court, and Hewett's just going to eat that up all day, every day.
Yeah, high quality with the serve +1 again from Alfie Hewett. Normal service resumes, you feel. He's had the edge today throughout. Can he hold on here? Oh, brilliant. Lovely subtle angle there from Gordon Reid, who keeps the game alive with that.
Hewett just picked the wrong side, didn't he, for the forehand? I think he thought that Gordon Reid was moving to cover his forehand, but instead he held his ground. Again, that's just the skills that Gordon Reid possesses, and we just haven't quite seen that enough from him today.
Nice moment. Well, there's no doubting this is a pivotal game, and one in which Gordon Reid has to win to stay afloat out here in this semi-final. Not on my watch, suggests Alfie Hewett.
It will be difficult for Gordon Reid if he doesn't, like you say, get this game on the board. Is he going to be able to put the disappointment of having so many breakpoint opportunities for the first time in the match? He sort of flushes the point away and then swivels around really fast to re-engage. Just trying to get himself really comfortable in his chair. Such a key game here. If he cements this, he's looking very, very good.
again. Top draw with the touch from Reid.
Oh, wants to win this game, do they?
It's clever play because Alfie likes to wait that little bit behind the baseline and wind up these big cuts at the ball, and Gordon's mixing it up beautifully. Now Hewett determined to land a first serve, I'm sure. Oh, not by much, that's for sure. Blistering forehand return from Gordon Reid, right out of the sweet spot.
So I want to see him do on these breakpoint opportunities he's had. Maybe just take a little bit of a chance, be a little bit more aggressive, go after the return.
Oohs and ahs. Understandably, it's been the longest game of the match by quite a way. And
Again,
still we're at neutral.
another example though, wasn't it, of you sort of want to tell him to go after those second serve returns. It's sat up in the box, shoulder height. Got to let rip on a couple of those, but it just pushed it long.
Just what the doctor ordered, Anna. Right there, he's hearing.
He's hearing me on the juice side though, isn't he? I want him to hear me on the ad side as well. I want him to do exactly the same thing now.
Well, of course, I think the scoreboard is weighing heavy on Reid's shoulders right now. But you do feel it's do or die for him. Now the break point. Oh, excellent from Alfie Hewett. Where did that come from? Way above his head, this contact point. Sheer physical strength to do this. A sweet timing. Look.
That was the aggressive return as well that we were asking for, wasn't it? Kicked it high up to the backhand, but above his head, how was he able to generate that pace and that angle? Unbelievable from Hewett.
It's like a set in itself, this game. Beautifully done from Gordon Reid. Set up by the high return of serve, which then lent itself to the short response from Hewett. Nicely capitalised. Now, come on, what must this be in terms of break points?
Got to be up to at least, yeah, 7 or 8, or if not
almost,
double
yeah.
figures.
At last, there it is, the break for Gordon Reid, and he's back in the hunt again. Still trailing on the scoreboard, but it's looking a lot rosier than it was moments ago. Set 2-3 down. It's encouraging. Well, he was awarded an MBE, was Gordon Reid, in 2017. New Year's honours list after becoming the first Brit to win a Paralympic men's singles gold medal in Rio, and then he was upgraded to an OBE in the King's Birthday Honours list announced last weekend. As was Alfie as well, for services to the sport. Doubles partners with 17 Grand Slam titles together. He's furious with that loss of serve right there, you know. It'll be interesting to see how he comes out and responds to a game which was yo-yoing all over the place.
He's normally been pretty good at dealing with disappointment, hasn't he? He just is sort of able to brush it off and reset, and he seems to have such a good routine of being able to keep himself calm. And like you say, I think now is the got to put behind him the disappointment of not being able to get out to that 4-1 lead, but he's had so many looks on the Gordon Reid serve, so he's got to feel confident that he's going to get more breakpoint opportunities and more breaks of serve.
Oh, how early did he see that? He's reset really well. Doesn't shun any of the hard work. Alfie Hewett, we know about that pre-season to the Australian Open at the top of the year. He was working 3 or 4 gym sessions a day, saying his arms were absolutely exhausted. He's collapsing into bed. Oh, that's a glorious off forehand from the left-hander. Good bit of chair manoeuvring here. Look at this. Lines judge almost got his toes clipped there. He's elevating, that's for sure. That's Gordon Reid.
Looks like there's a bit of zip, doesn't it, in the way that he's moving. A bit more pop on the ground strokes, a bit more aggression in his movement.
He's normally quite a laid-back character, isn't he? But now having to be uber proactive. Oh, he's just missed the baseline. In the end, superb variety from Gordon Reid, mixing it up beautifully. And wins back-to-back games as a consequence. And he draws level to square the second set right now. Things really livening up out here on one. Done very, very well from 1-3 down, given that he lost that opener so emphatically as well, to regain some traction. Now, can he push on from here? Well, Alfie Hewett, as many of you may know, was the wheelchair's tennis youngest men's singles world #1 when he was aged 20. Claimed the top spot for the first time in January 2018. And of course, along comes Takita Oda 2 weeks ago at the French Open to oust him in the final and take it at 17 years old, the world #1 spot. And if you've not seen him play, do watch him, assuming he's playing at Wimbledon, because he's something very, very special. He sits tall in his chair, and well, he's left-handed, as is Gordon, but he's got vicious racket head speed, and he's just so positive with everything that he does. And like all of these top players, it's probably asked Alfie Hewett the question to keep on evolving with his game to stay preeminent. And, you know, if he wants to stay at the top, Alfie, he won't be settling for number 2. He'll know he needs to add more, because every year the game moves on. So I think, as you said, it's a good kickstart for it. Nothing ever stays the same, does it?
No, it doesn't.
Particularly in sport. Yeah, the volley just spilling long, and that's a good response from Alfie Hewett. He holds on.
Hewett leads 4 games to 3.
Stops games for Gordon Reid at 2, and now has a 4-3 lead in set number 2.
You always hear the top players of the game, they always talk about if you're not improving, you're going backwards. And I did mention that maybe this is just the kick up the butt that Alfie Hewett needs. You know, he's been at the top of the game for so long, he's won everything there is. What is the motivation to keep improving? And this young Japanese player, all of a sudden, you know, he's overtaken him now, hasn't he? Won the French Open, got to number 1 in the world, and now all of a sudden this is a new target for Alfie Hewett, for Gordon Reid as well, for the likes of Joachim, Gérard, Stéphane, Houdet as well. All of a sudden it gives them that motivation to practice harder, keep developing their game, keep getting stronger, fitter.
Yeah, and it was interesting actually, because Cunheda retired, didn't he, just at the top of the year as well, just before the Australian Open, and I think that was a consequence of seeing what's to come, the next wave of talent. You know, at some stage you go, do you know what, he was one of those that really had truly done it all, and he thought, do you know, I'm out of here, that this guy's too good. And I think that was one of the reasons why Shingo probably threw in the towel when he did. So Gordon Reid then, trailing a set 3-4 now. Much more imposing, you're right. He's on the front foot more often than not, isn't he? Really attacking the ball, taking it on. Positive intent right now from Gordon Reid, and it's made for a much more watchable second set than the opener. He's just got glorious hand skills too.
It's when he plays his best tennis as well, when he's looking to be proactive, and when he's hitting a heavier ball, he's pushing Hewett further behind the baseline, gives himself more space to hit the drop shot.
Just waiting for Reid to move out of his peripheral vision, and then just nudged it the other way, calmly dispatched from Alfie Hewett. This is just what we came for, a really tightly fought contest. The neutral wants these two to be bringing their A games simultaneously. Beautiful return of serve from Reid, who greets it with a fist pump.
He wants to get the break here, doesn't he?
Yeah, you feel he's hunting for it.
He doesn't want this to get any closer. He wants to stretch his lead again. Looking to serve for the match in the next game.
Yeah, left stranded. Such good patterns of play from Gordon Reid. Getting a lot of fruit from the short balls that he's playing right now. He knew coming into this that he had to bring a very high performance level. And right now, the eyes are telling you that he's got lock on. Had a lengthy game on the Alfie Hewett serve just a couple of games ago. What about this one on the Reid serve? Back to deuce. He's got a game that such variety that he can leave opponents stripped of rhythm when he's really on.
He's done that better though in this second set, hasn't he? In that first set he almost tried to go toe to toe with Hewett for the beat him with power, and he just, unfortunately, he doesn't have that. He's got to have that variety, and in the second set he's really played with strengths a lot more, got Hewett a little bit more out of his rhythm, and it's really reaping the rewards.
Oh, glorious. This time the touch coming from Alfie Hewett. Very nicely done. Sparingly uses it, but when he does, it's wonderful.
Maybe learnt a thing or two from his doubles partner, hasn't he? Like you say, we're used to seeing that a little bit more from Gordon Reid, but played it at the perfect time, setting up the break point opportunity.
So break point for Hewett here and a second serve to look at. Well, the 25-year-old from Cantley handed a gift right there, and that could prove very costly from Gordon Reid. The double fault untimely. Alfie Hewett breaks a set and 5-3 ahead right now. Just a service hold away from a place in tomorrow's title decider.
A little bit disappointed, won't he, Gordon Reid, having worked so hard to get back into this second set to give it away on a double fault. Got to find a little bit of magic here to try and prolong this match.
Alfie's kind of puce with all of his endeavour, isn't he? He's really putting a shift in out here physically. No doubting that, they both have. Here he is then, serving for the match. A no-nonsense service game from Alfie Hewett. And with that comes a trio of match points. He worked so hard, didn't he, in defence there to get the point back to neutral, and feels a little deflated after losing that one, having invested so much, but he's still got 2 more match points.
Wanted to finish in style, didn't he? And he almost did. Sure, maybe on that forehand passing shot back, there was space down the line.
Doesn't want to play tennis and doesn't want to finish with flames of glory. We all do. He's got one more opportunity here to put this match to bed on his own terms at 40-30. Well, it'll be interesting to see how he reacts to this, because a couple of unforced errors in the last 2 points.
Maybe a little slip of concentration. We've all been there where 40 love up, serving through it. We think the match is pretty much over, and you've still got to get that last point on the board to get across the finish line, and needs to just refocus and regroup. Find a first serve here if he can.
Well, he'll get a 4th match point right now. And with the tennis he's played, it just feels a just result, doesn't it? He's been that little bit more dominant throughout. Well, there's no getting that. And it's Alfie Hewett that wins the Battle of the Brits. He marches on into his 2nd men's wheelchair final at Queen's tomorrow. Coming through 6-1, 6-3. Standing firm in the bigger moments, Alfie Hewett today. Physically imposing. Played a really solid match. And the world number 2 looking very good as he heads into the title decider tomorrow.
It's exactly what he needed after yesterday, didn't he? Needed a tougher match, and he certainly got that from Gordon Reid. That second set especially could have gone either way when Gordon Reid got it back to 3-all, but he really just focused and turned the motors on, didn't he? First serve percentage just dropped in that second set, went down to 76%, but still just so dominant, wasn't he? And I think one stands out for Gordon Reid, just 1 of 9 break points converted. It wasn't as though he didn't have the opportunities, he just wasn't clinical today. And Hewett just was businesslike. You said in that first set that just had that focus, that determination, and at the crucial moments he just played his best tennis, and unfortunately for Gordon Reid he just wasn't able to.
Yeah, and the total points tally at the end, 67 for Alfie and just 47 for Gordon. But as Reid unable really to do much with those 9 breakpoint opportunities that he'd engineered. They were there, but just couldn't quite win the big points, and that's what good tennis matches are all about. Denise Parnell marches on to give her commiserations and congratulations as the referee-to-be shortly at the All England after the departure this year of Jerry Armstrong. Let's hear a few words from Alfie now. Well, we'll be awaiting our second British grass court semi-final, which will be between Stéphane Houdet and Joachim Gérard in that Franco-Belgian clash. That'll be imminently, just a few minutes away. Do join us for that. Well, our second men's wheelchair semi-final, we await the Franco-Belgian veteran clash, which sees Stéphane Houdet square off with the second seed and reigning champion Joachim Gérard. And remarkably, it's a 57th meeting between these very familiar foes, who will partner up for the doubles semi-final to follow, as will of course Alfie, Hewett and Gordon Reid. So four of the most decorated players on show this afternoon from Queens, and all former world #1s contending for both spots in tomorrow's singles showpiece. Who will it be that comes through this second semi-final? Stéphane Houdet, the 52-year-old Frenchman of vast experience, world #16 these days. Always takes a while getting ready into his chair, likes to take his time. And there's the young one beside him. He's got two sets of twins, rather like Roger Federer, and welcomed his latest child earlier this year. Okay, by the looks of things, Stéphane Houdet won the coin toss and elected to choose the far end. Yeah, so a 57th meeting between these two. Houdet leads 34-22 overall. They are obviously good friends and familiar adversaries on the match court. Houdet always plays with the gloves on, stop the rubbing of the wheel rims on his hands. He's lost the last two matches, both on grass, to Joachim Gérard, today's opponent. Had a win yesterday over Andrew Penny. 6-3-6 love for Houdet. No nonsense showing there. Taming the young 18-year-old Brit in some style. He was runner-up at the Queen's Club in 2018 when wheelchair tennis event was an exhibition tournament back then. He's a 23-time Grand Slam champion, 19 of his slam titles coming in doubles. And he's ranked 17th in the world right now. He's been a real instigator in the evolvement of wheelchair tennis, Stéphane. Really involved in the politics and just loves to sort of engage with any which way he can to develop and push the sport forward. And Joachim Gérard, well, he had a win at Bailey yesterday in his quarter-final match. Just 6-1, 6-1 for the world number 4. 49 minutes all he needed. He broke serve 6 times and only conceded his serve once. As I say, he's trailing 22-34 head-to-head against Stéphane. But he has won the last 2 encounters that they've when they've met on grass. He, of course, is the reigning and defending champion here at Queen's, the Cinch Championships, after beating Andrew Penny, Alfie Hewett and Stéphane Houdet last year in the final. So this a rematch of last year's final. Gérard's the Belgium's only wheelchair tennis medalist with a bronze at Rio 2016. And he's vastly experienced, having won the Masters 4 times in 5 years.
3 minutes, gentlemen. 3 minutes.
The year-end Masters, I should say, between 2015 and 2019. So this match, well, these two, what they don't know about wheelchair tennis isn't worth knowing, frankly. They're very, very experienced. Houdet sits tall in his chair and is very, very experienced, as is Joe Gérard, who is considerably younger than 34 years of age. So 18 years between them. Houdet comes in with 23 wins, only 6 losses this year. And Gérard 21 wins, 9 losses. So both similar profiles in that regard to win-loss ratios. But his chair is known in the business to be top spec. Very light, very expensive and very high-tech.
2 minutes.
So they'll take a few serves and they'll get underway shortly. And of course, with the thought in the back of their mind that the winner takes on Britain's Alfie Hewett in tomorrow's final. What are your thoughts coming into this, Anna? Reigning defending champion in your picture. Do you think you can find a way through again today?
I think the onus is going to be on Houdet. What's he going to be able to do to stop the power of Joachim Gérard, especially on this surface as well? It just really lends itself to the way that Gérard plays, doesn't it? The serve, the big returns, the big ground strokes, but he's got that variety, he's got that touch as well. And can Houdet just find a way to get him out of his rhythm? He's going to have to open up the court, change the variety, change the spin, change the heights. But is Gérard going to give him a chance to do that?
Yeah, the Belgian with the sort of game that can just crush people and just sort of take the match out of their hands completely. It's a lovely day at Queen's. Look at this, everybody enjoying some refreshments. There's plenty of watering holes and eateries locally. The bar is packed deep. It certainly was yesterday. Another busy bar day, people working from home. They're an educated crowd, this Queen's crowd. They enjoy their tennis, and this event has been so well supported. It's been sellout from the start of the week. Every day sold out, which is fabulous for the tournament, and hopefully this encounter as well. Yeah, I guess it depends on this man, doesn't it? How he can get some traction against the big burly Belgian who brings so much, because Gérard's game is sort of compounded and accentuated on a grass court because he's so power laden that his ball just cuts through the opponent's court very, very quickly, and it's tough to play against him when he's finding his spots.
We saw her in practice as well on numerous occasions, haven't we? And I'm not sure that it quite does justice to, in real life, how quickly the ball goes through, the echo of the ball off the racket, and just how much pace he is able to generate.
So it's the second men's semi-final in the wheelchair event here in British Grass Court, and it's Stéphane Houdet who is up against the second seed, the reigning and defending champion, Joachim Gérard of Belgium. Looks like it's going to be the Belgian to get this one underway. You're in the company of Anna Smith and Paul Hand. Great to have you along.
First set.
We've got a couple of double semi-finals after this as well.
Ready. Love 15. All.
So all this in preparation for Wimbledon upcoming, the third Grand Slam of the year, which starts in a couple of weeks' time for these guys. Starting a day earlier on the Wednesday of the second week of Wimbledon. Shingo Kunieda that won the Wimbledon title, fending off Alfie Hewett. 3 close sets. He's now gone, he's out of the picture, retired. Who will step up? Calm and composed at the moment, Joachim Gérard. Nothing to trouble him in his opening game so far. Yeah, lovely back behind as well to notch the opening game for the 2021 Wimbledon champion.
First game.
He rolls through that opener with authority, does Joachim Gérard, and heads back for his towel. Stéphane Houdet ready to open up his serve.
He's going to have to be smart as well with the placement on the serve. We've seen time and time again from Gérard, if you just get it in the slot, it tends to not be able to come back. Prime example there, went for the body serve, tried to jam him up into that left hip, but just didn't quite get the accuracy and just hit away for a winner.
Love 30.
He's won the Roland Garros title twice, has Stéphane Houdet many moons ago, as he has the US Open as well.
15-14.
So 4 slam titles to his name. But Gérard is not thinking about any of that. He's just crushing winners out here. He's got a couple of breakpoint opportunities immediately, the second seed. Houdet did well in defence there.
30-14.
I think that's something that he's going to have to get used to today in the match. He's going to be spending a lot of time on the back foot, just chasing balls down from Gérard. We've spoken about it. He's going to have to find ways to turn that around.
Yes.
Those serves are really going to help. Wants to just see if he can try and get onto level terms here in the early stages of this opening set. Gérard is such a good front runner.
Oh, super strike.
Advantage. Gérard.
Winner of the Australian Open singles in 2021, as well as Wimbledon. Here's Gérard, 2 Grand Slam singles titles to his name. Oh, he got away with a trick there, Houdet. Didn't quite do enough with that drop shot, but Gérard errant. Oh yes, how about that? Obediently the ball dips down, loaded with spin onto the baseline of Houdet. And again, he's causing more problems here. This is breakpoint number 4 for Big Joe now. That's a super back behind from Stéphane Houdet. He says, pressure? What pressure?
Such a clever point as well, wasn't it, from the Frenchman? Just almost had Gérard on a piece of string, just moving him side to side, going back behind when he needed to, and just showing the experience that he possesses.
Super wide serve.
Advantage. Houdet.
From Houdet, whose last slam singles title was at the US Open all the way back in 2017. 6 years ago now.
Okay. Houdet.
That's a fine game to come through that unscathed. A really good effort. No wonder he's blowing. Had to save, what was it, 4 break points?
I have to do that a few more times this match with the way that Gérard's returns, but a few nerves settled there in that game.
Love 15.
Both men similarly decorated in terms of singles titles won. Joachim Gérard with 47, Houdet 53. Fairly sort of high numbers in the wheelchair world of singles titles, of course, because they've been playing such a long time, these two. Particularly the Frenchman. But that's what he's up against today. That big, burly, easy power from the broad-shouldered Belgian, who can just repeat and repeat. access to really privileged areas here, Anna, don't we? We've seen several of the top 20 able-bodied men working out in the gym for an hour and a half at a time. Post-tournament, we saw Cerundolo, the Argentine,
40-15.
lost, I believe, in the round of 16, and he was, you know, obviously on a day it's coming out. He was in the gym for a good 90 minutes plus. And the wheelchair athletes are similar. They do a lot of band work, working physically hard themselves. So I guess what I'm saying is it's a privileged lifestyle, but they pay a heavy price.
There's a lot of work and a lot of sacrifice that goes on behind the scenes that, like you say, sometimes we're privileged to be able to see and get access to, and you know, you watch them in the gym and that's what they do on a day off. I dread to think what they do when they're on a full training day, but it's such hard work, and like you say, these guys are in such good physical condition.
And they're always pushing the envelope, aren't they, for the next level? Gérard there, pushing hard as he holds on to his serve. All on serve in this opening set, in this second men's wheelchair semi-final. Gérard, 2-1 to the good. It's a really interesting topic, isn't it? You know, trying to sort of forecast where the game's going in the future, and you sort of think, well, you know, this is such a power-obsessed world, isn't it? You know, we saw with Cerundolo earlier, you know, he's throwing the weights around, really big, heavy weights on all parts of his body, sort of thing, and you think maybe the slice will become a little bit more prevalent, particularly on grass, trying to get it out of the strike zone of your opponent, but in terms of forecasting, of course, you'd be worth millions of dollars if you could, you know, see where the game's going to be going in the future. You see Alcaraz, who we're excited to have here this week, bringing so much power in all parts of his game, but it's just hard to see where else we can kind of go with it from here, really. But of course, that was said many, many moons ago as well, in the Borg McEnroe era, and then when you look back at the tapes, it was, you know, so slow. But I just wonder how much more the body can do in terms of speed and power.
But I think if you look at someone like Carlos Alcaraz, the thing that he does have as well is that he does have the slice, he does have the drop shot, one of the best drop shots in the game, if not the best drop shot. So there's always those key areas.
15 low.
Houdet finding his spot here. And again, back-to-back aces. High-level tennis out here on one at the moment. Really good level.
Both players have come out all guns blazing so far, haven't they?
$40-15.
You can sense that Gérard is trying to take this Frenchman's serve very early, but Houdet keeping him at arm's length at the moment, commendably. Just long with a high looping backhand, and you can't help but sense at 52 years of age that he kind of has to be redlining to stay with the 34-year-old Belgian. He's doing a good job so far. Still another game point.
You saw a big puff of the cheeks as well from Houdet after that previous point, and I totally agree. There's got to come to a point where is he going to be able to live with the physicality throughout this match? You're right, he's absolutely going to have to be redlining it.
Advantage. Houdet.
But how long is he going to be able to keep the level up? He's just got to try and take it game by game, point by point. As cliche as that sounds.
Out. Choose. Advantage. Gérard.
Oh, a sweetly struck backhand down the line from Joachim Gérard, and he takes his chance.
Leads. 3 games to 1.
Runs out to a 3-1 lead with that telling high quality. It's a facet of his game where he really does excel. The backhand return in particular. It's very flamboyant and efficient as well.
What an angle there from Gérard.
15 love.
Again, he's just able to do whatever he wants with the racket head, whatever he wants with the ball, find the angle.
I first saw Joachim Gérard back in 2015 when I covered him on the NEC Wheelchair Masters. He won the title that year, and he was absolutely outstanding. And you know, he's stronger, I think, on the backhand side than the forehand. That takes some doing. But he's rather like
40 love.
Joe Wilfred Songa many moons ago. He can just rip the match away from you because he is just so strong. Here's
But he
another
makes
fun
it
example.
he makes it look easy though, doesn't it? You know, some people you think they're really having to give it everything.
Game. Gérard. Gérard leads. 4 games to 1.
Gérard then looking good with a 4-1 lead. Houdet having to play catch up. No surprise to many. I'm wondering when the day will come when this man fancies sort of hanging up his racket. It's a grueling lifestyle. Very fit, loves it. He's a qualified vet, very bright man, and he's just taken the game into, you know, these sort of glory years really, with all of this sort of accolade that wheelchair tennis is now getting, and he's been sort of pioneering and pushing that very much. So I guess he feels a sort of certain level of responsibility to give back.
But also I think as long as he can compete with these guys, I think probably when you reach the point where okay, they're too strong and too powerful, and you don't feel as if you can really do what you want to do on the court, but as long as he can, you're a long time retired, as we both know. Gérard's just starting to assert his dominance on the returning games.
Well, this time last year when they met, it was a bit of a lopsided, to be honest. Gérard wrapping it up 6-1, 6-2. It was the semi-final that was a real mouth-watering match. 6-2 in the third. Gérard saw off Alfie Hewett. 2.5 hours required to do that.
15.
But he never let the Frenchman settle last year. Became the first non-British player on the wheelchair Roll of Honour at the West London venue here. And he rightly said that, you know, grass is a good surface for me, but when I have the mindset like today, this time last year, I can beat anybody, and you can see he's got the skills. He's imposing, that's for sure. In the semi-final, incidentally, last year, it was Ben Bartram that had a good match with Houdet. All the answers right now for Joachim Gérard, who's causing more problems on the Houdet delivery. Houdet straining every sinew to stay with the burly Belgian. Oh, he's just missed it. That's the thing, he fields against a player of this stature and quality these days in the world number 4 and second seed, that he has to play close to lines, play at his sort of threshold of speed on the shots that he's hitting, particularly his serve. It's a tough ask. Beautifully done.
And then that's what happens when he comes up with a first serve. He finds his spot, gets Gérard moving backwards, doesn't he? Having to force him to hit up in the air, and then he's able to come forward and take the drive volley out of the air.
Yeah, the slice forehand, the squash forehand from Gérard just slid off the court on landing. Knocked Houdet into error. Oh, that's stunning. Gave the backhand a right old slap. It's another break of serve for Joe Gérard, who has this opening set really under control right now. 5-1 he leads.
You said earlier as well that you almost thought that Gérard's backhand was better than his forehand, and we've seen on multiple occasions just the winners from such out wide spots or so deep behind the baseline that he's been able to produce. And you thought his forehand was good, but his backhand's on fire today.
Just got a little tangled with that one.
15 all.
A little bit of a similar pattern to the previous match we saw as well in terms of styles and how each player was playing.
40-15.
His first two shots of the rally are just buckling right now. And a couple of set points for Joe Gérard as a consequence. The reigning and defending champion with an array of winners to secure set one. He is flying right now. Dropping just the solitary game en route to getting himself halfway home to another Queen's final. It's tough to see past him, isn't it?
Yes. If you're a Houdet fan, you've got to think about ways that he's able to win points, and it's such a struggle out there. It's especially behind the first serve as well. You think he's not doing badly, getting 75% of first serves in, but you look at winning just the 58 and then behind the second serve as well, just the 12% of points. And that's the problem when you're playing someone like Gérard. He's got the big serve, but he's also got the fantastic returns, and he's such a presence as well. And Houdet just wasn't able to really get a look in on anything. But I think it's similar to, like I said, to the previous match. He's got to just find ways to get Gérard out of his rhythm a bit, like Reid did in the second set. Was he a bit more proactive? Did he try and step up the court a little bit more, open the court up, find the spaces, use the variety a little bit more? But when you're playing someone who does have the power of Gérard, it's so hard to do. It's all in good sitting here in the commentary box saying that, but actually doing it on the court is so hard.
Yeah, with a racket buckling in your hand of the weighted shot coming, as you say, very tricky. Yeah, but you're right, he does it to mix it. I agree entirely. You're absolutely bang on with that advice. Easy to say, difficult to do, isn't it? He is a menace on court. Such a burly presence as well. When you see him in the flash, his shoulders are so broad, he can just hammer the tennis ball around the court. Here we go then, start of set number 2. Can Houdet get some early traction here?
Left first serve. Love 15.
But you see how aggressive he is pretty much in the middle of the court as well, and it went for a winner, didn't it? It's just the pace that it comes off the strings at.
Alt, love 13.
Well, you thought Stéphane Houdet there had done all the right things to close down the angle that Gérard has with the pass, but he flicked the perfect lob over the top. And now 3 more break points for the second seed.
15-14.
there is the break, the third break of the Houdet serve right now. He's absolutely flying along, is Gérard. It's got a feel of a practice session about it, this one right now, hasn't it? A bit of a procession. Such is the level that the reigning and defending champion brings to court.
Well, you spoke about it at the start of the match as well. It's how long he's going to be able to sustain that level from Houdet, and unfortunately for the Frenchman, it wasn't able to be that long, and Gérard has just gone through the gears. And I think unfortunately for Houdet, you do feel like there's still more in the locker for him.
Lot 15. Lot 13.
Disabled people watching Queens that are inspired to pick up a racket and give tennis a go can contact the LTA, and they can help you find a local venue, many of which will help with providing equipment. Wheelchair Tennis Performance Pathway page on the LTA website includes an interactive map of venues across the country that you can find.
15, 13.
Tennis sessions. Who knows? Maybe one day you'll be serving like Joachim Gérard himself. Super response from Gérard. And Houdet doing, as you're saying, Anna, he's mixing it up nicely, but just shows you that the big man has the deft touch as well.
Yeah, I think that's a frustrating thing for Houdet. He pretty much did exactly what we told him to do and still came out on the wrong end of it.
14, 13. Game, Gérard.
Gérard holds on, consolidates nicely. Backing up the emphatic opening set that he performed at.
Lot
The
15.
service game is so crucial though for Houdet. Just needs to get his name on the board, otherwise you do feel a double break already and it's pretty much game over.
15 all.
Well, the points are fast and no nonsense, aren't they?
If you're in the Houdet camp though, you want to try and extend those points a little bit more, don't you? You want to get into slightly longer rallies.
But Houdet, as we know, is defiant to the last. Once he gets his teeth in, there's no stopping him, but it's about getting it in. Yeah, stayed really low there. Clever backhand slice from Stéphane.
50 all.
He won the doubles last year with Alfie, Hewett, Downing, Andrew Penny, and
40, 50.
Gérard in that doubles final last year. Yeah, lovely cat and mouse tennis from Stéphane Houdet. 52-year-old Frenchman notches a game early in set 2 and gets on the board.
Setup leads 2 games to 1.
But it's Gérard who leads a set at 2-1. I wonder how he feels about his plight here, Anna. Do you think that inside his heart he's really quite resigned against the sort of the task at hand here, knowing, you know, that Gérard is, although Houdet has the 34-22 head-to-head advantage, you know, this is an up-and-comer. He's a lot younger than him and he's far stronger. Do you think that's going through his mind?
He's someone who has got the amount of experiences Houdet does. I think he knows that anything can happen in tennis until that final point's won, but you know, I do think there will be an element of him thinking, what are the ways that I can hurt him, and how does my game stack up against his, and you know, trying to find weaknesses. And you look at that last game, prime example, he's having to come out with some fantastic tennis. He's getting a little bit of a helping hand as well from Joachim Gérard in a couple of the returns, but he's really having to play some of his best tennis just to win games and stick with him. And that's a tough feeling when you're playing someone like that. It's not a nice feeling, knowing from experience. And you mentioned it before that he's just able to take the racket out of your hand. And you know, if I'm Stéphane Houdet, I'm thinking this is a pretty tough day at the office.
Power and accuracy. Lovely combination. Well, I love service hold for Joachim Gérard. It's just got the feeling that the writing's on the wall in this one. The challenge of Stéphane Houdet looks not resigned, because that's unprofessional and very unfair for a man who's done so much for the game, but it does start to look just that little bit one-sided. We said coming into this one that he had to sort of almost redline to stay with Gérard, and it's got away from him pretty quickly here, hasn't it? Gérard's so good as a front runner at turning the screw up in the pressure. His length of return has been impeccable.
So that's something he's so good at, taking time away, and you barely get any time to recover after this.
Another winner from Gérard. And each of the 4 semi-finalists coming in here had dropped no more than 3 games in their quarterfinals yesterday. And suddenly now they're right up against it, very high level. Oh, well saved
15,
from
14.
Houdet. It's a must-win game for him right now. This is getting away from him very quickly. 2 more break points for Joachim Gérard. Well, Gérard's on a mission, and he's on a tear on the scoreboard as well. 6-1, 4-1, he leads now, and is in complete control of this. Just 2 games away from victory, and an opportunity to pit his skills tomorrow in the final against Alfie Hewett. But often those last couple of games are the hardest to win. But on the evidence of what we've seen today, it's just been, he's been in complete control, frankly.
Been a step too far, hasn't it, for Stéphane Houdet? He was able to keep hold of Gérard's coattails in the opening couple of games, but then it's just been all one-way traffic. He's just really just dominated, and there's just, like we've said time and time again, there's just no flaws really in his game. He's got so much pace and power from both the forehand and the backhand wing. He's got that slice backhand. He can use the drop shot as well. Hasn't really given Houdet many looks at second serves either. All Houdet can do is just find a way, hang in. Can he just make any headway on this service game? First 2 points in this game are going to be crucial, aren't they? If he can just exert a little bit of pressure, just maybe make Gérard second guess.
Projecting ahead, should Gérard win this, it'll be a really a watchable feast tomorrow to see how Alfie Hewett can deal with the burly power of Joachim Gérard, the defending champion. And that's said respectfully, because of course the match isn't over yet, but it'll be an interesting watch. Well, it's being made to work, that's for sure, but he's still finding his shots with precision and accuracy.
One of the best points that Houdet's played in the match as well. And Gérard moving backwards and forwards, and even then he still doesn't come out on the right side of it. Like a knife through butter, that slice, wasn't it? Kept so low and so aggressive. I always like to see Houdet when he gives it a little bit more speed on the backhand slice, especially on the grass. It just stays even lower, shoots through the court a bit quicker.
Quick, cheap points, so easy to come for Gérard. Banging down aces and winders so nonchalantly, seemingly. Such is his power. Again, an unreturnable serve. And he's already at a set and 5-1.
5 games to 1.
Take no prisoners kind of performance from the burly Belgian. Just a game away now. He just loves that return, doesn't he? Early, if the serve is in the strike zone, he just gets hammered back.
I think if you look at his position as well, it's forget about the serve, just see where he contacts the ball.
Out 15-0.
I know he missed that one, but you just look how far inside the baseline he is, and the speed he's got moving the chair towards the ball. Is so much momentum coming down your side of the court.
Yeah, it must take some serious timing to do that.
30-15.
And with that beautiful forehand return winner, it's Gérard with a match point. Well, the reigning and defending champion rolls efficiently into tomorrow's final against Alfie Hewett, and he wasted no time there. A really bossy display of power and control from the second seed, Joachim Gérard, coming through 6-1, 6-1. No nonsense there, and plenty of energy for tomorrow's showpiece.
Impressive, wasn't it? From start to finish, really. There was no let up. He was just relentless. Serve was working, returns, forehand and backhand. And unfortunately, Houdet had no answer. And I think he's going to be very happy that later on he's on the same side of the net as Joachim Gérard, not having to face him.
Yeah, it was pretty much a flawless display, wasn't it? 2 breaks of serve in that opening set. And the second as well, another 3.
It's just clinical, wasn't it? You just see the number of break points that he was able to create, and it almost could have been easier, couldn't it? Houdet did well to get a couple of games on the board, but Gérard, when he's serving like that, when he's got numbers like that behind the first serve, it just gives him that freedom on the returning game to be more aggressive. You know, you always feel as when you're holding serve pretty easily, you've got that chance to take a few more risks. And again, it's just such a strength of Gérard's game that he has. You just look at 20% won on second serve points for Houdet. It's, you know, that's all credit to Gérard's returning, isn't it? It wasn't that Houdet was hitting bad second serves. It's just Gérard is just so good in that area.
That, for me, is that second serve points one area is where it's going to be really interesting to see how Alfie does. Alfie Hewett in the final on off of his second serve against Gérard, because as we see, he was just so bossy there. And in terms of total points won, it's almost double for Gérard as well. So incredible match. 5 breaks from 13 break points, unblemished on his own serve. So yeah, he motors on through, punches his ticket to the final. Does Gérard. To relax now for a little while, because it's Alfie Hewett and Gordon Reid who will take on Abassi and his partner in the next doubles, and then Gérard and Houdet will be on 4th match against Bailey and Penny. 2 doubles semi-finals up for you next on court 1 in the next 5 to 10 minutes or so.
30. 15.
back, tennis fans, to the men's doubles semi-finals now. Back-to-back semis for you, upcoming, having witnessed the singles winners in Alfie, Hewett and Joachim Gérard. Will now be all taken to the court in their respective doubles semi-finals as well. So this one from the top half of the draw. Alfie, Hewett and Reid as top seeds, taking on Abassi of Pakistan and Sundaram from India. So the formalities concluded, and they wheel to their respective ends. Top seeds Hewett and Reid, of course, are the proud owners of 17 Grand Slam doubles titles. The French Open, their most recent addition, a couple of weeks ago. They started playing together 10 years ago, back in 2013. And Alfie with the recent win over Gordon, 6-1, 6-3 in the singles. He's ranked 1 in the world in doubles, is Alfie Hewett. And alongside his constant in doubles pretty much these days, Gordon Reid, who's ranked number 2. But Hewett's got 72 doubles titles, including, as I say, 17 Grand Slams. And Reid won the men's doubles, wheelchair doubles titles at 10 consecutive Grand Slam events from the 2019 US Open through to the 2022 Roland Garros as well, before finishing runner-up last year at Wimbledon and the US Open. And they won their 4th consecutive Australian Open doubles title down in Melbourne Park in January at the top of the year, and faced De La Puente and Fernandez in the doubles final at Roland Garros, won in straight sets. It's the Spanish-South American pairing to notch a 4th consecutive Roland Garros title 2 weeks ago. So it's all up for these two. They're on top of the world with their rankings and enjoy playing together. And obviously heady favourites coming into this one against the world number 244, 200 in Abassi. He's born in Pakistan, has been based in the UK for roughly 15 years or so, but he still represents his native Pakistan in the ITF Wheelchair Tennis Tour events and the World Team Cup. To give you a little bit about Asif, he lost out yesterday to Alfie Hewett. 6-1, 6-love in 57 minutes. But just building experience on this sort of heady stage, as is his partner, Sundaram from India. Born in India, immigrated to the UK over 25 years ago now, the 51-year-old, but still competes under the national flag of his native India. He's keen to promote wheelchair tennis in India and developing countries as well. He's ranked 235 in the world. So he's the founder and director of a not-for-profit based in East London that uses disability sports as a platform to address social inequality and promote diversity and social inclusion. It's Manoj. And they're really close friends and regular doubles partners, these two. They started playing wheelchair tennis in April 2018.
In the semi-final round match consists of 2 tie-break sets using regular scoring. A 10-point match tiebreak will be played at 1 set.
Yes, I need to confirm that. So 2 regular sets, and if we get a 3rd set, then that'll be a match tiebreak. which is honestly fairly unlikely given the pedigree of the top seeds in
To the
Hewett.
11th driver, both from Great Britain, Alfie Hewett and Gordon Reid.
Generous hand for the top seeds.
Hewett, Reid won the toss and chose the serve.
Anna Smith alongside. Should be an interesting encounter.
I think it's going to be a fairly comfortable encounter for the top seeds here. You've gone through the whole prolific record, haven't you? And I don't think there's pretty much anything that they haven't won in wheelchair tennis, so it's going to be a really big ask for the Pakistan-Indian pairing. But I'm sure, again, it's just going to be another experience and test themselves against the world's best.
30-40.
Well, we've had such wonderful weather this long weekend, haven't we, for these guys? Who started yesterday, of course. 3-day wheelchair bonanza in preparation for the All England Club, the third Grand Slam of the season, upcoming in a couple of weeks. They'll start on the second Wednesday at the All England.
30 seconds.
It's a first meeting between these two pairs, so we've no idea of really of what to expect. The top seeds, the very best in the wheelchair world, and you'd imagine they'd be fairly dictatorial, as they always are. A great experience for these two, as you said, Anna. Really nice for them to get this sort of exposure, experience. Familiar with playing sort of lower banded ITF tournaments, 2s and 3s, Wrexham. Tournaments of that kind of stature. Course starting to look a little worn. The right places. It's so well kept though, this course.
They are beautiful. Couldn't ask for better courts to play on, and the conditions this week as well have been incredible. It's been pretty warm, and I think tomorrow it's meant to get even hotter for the final. It's going to be quite physically demanding.
So it looks like it's going to be good to kick this first men's wheelchair doubles semi-final off.
First set, Gordon Reid to serve. Ready? Play. Out. Love 15.
Sundaram.
15 all.
Nice idea.
30-15.
Heavy-handed there. So, Asif Abassi.
Love 15.
40-15.
There's that lefty slice serve that just keeps going away from you. No matter how much you chase it, you can't seem to ever catch it up.
Game. Hewett Reid.
So Gordon Reid.
First game.
Alfie Hewett then. First to get on the scoreboard. Reid holding on to his strong left-handed serve. And managing to put behind him the wounding loss to his partner alongside just moments ago in these semi-finals of the men's singles. So second in the serving rotation. So Abassi.
Abassi to serve.
Oh, wonderful. Lovely little interception there from Gordon Reid.
Love
Great
15.
defensive skills there from the British pairing, especially from Alfie Hewett, how he was able to just find a way to get that ball back, get it at the back with the depth as well.
Out.
Nice try at the attempted back.
Love 30.
But Abassi played able-bodied tennis at an early age and then took up wheelchair tennis in April 2017, and he was introduced to the sport by his partner today. Became regular doubles partners and
15-30.
fellow cinch championships players. And they play at the same wheelchair tennis club in East London. And he's also a qualified LTA level 3 coach, is Azif.
$15.40.
Well, in March this year, he won the men's singles at the LTA regional tournament at Lee Valley Hockin Tennis Centre, where he also trains, and therefore qualified for the playaway to Wimbledon national finals being held on the grass courts at Wimbledon in August. So this will set him up nicely for that. Just trying to get his ball toss right. The sun has kind of gone in a little, so we can't blame that, but it's a rhythm thing, isn't it? Staring down the barrel here, 15.40.
Out. Game.
We
Hewett
saw a
Reid.
few of those yesterday from Azif.
Hewett Reid lead 2 games to love.
It's almost like the ball toss gets a little bit behind him and he loses his contact point. So Reid and Hewett break. Head out to a 2-love lead. They're just waiting for the balls to be sent down and then we can crack on.
Looking very relaxed, aren't they?
Alfie Hewett to serve.
Good to see them smiling and enjoying being out on the court. The grass court season is always so special for the British players.
It's walking that sort of business line today though, isn't it? And sort of having a lovely time. It's easy to get complacent. I'm sure they'll be purposeful. On point.
When you're playing a match
15
like
love.
this, so that you are expected to win and win fairly comfortably, as you said, it's finding that kind of enjoyment, but also that business-like mode. But maybe this just gives them a chance to try out some things that they've been doing in practice and that they maybe wouldn't necessarily be able to try in a match.
Lance for serve.
quality serve, close to the line with pace as well from Alfie Hewett. And he'll have to hone his skills ready for tomorrow's final. I tell you what, he's got a task on his hand. The reigning defending champion in Joachim Gérard will certainly be returning very high level, so Alfie will have to work on his serve precision here, that's for sure.
You. 40 love. Game. Hewett, Reid.
An academic hold for Alfie
Hewett,
Hewett.
Reid lead 3 games club.
The top seeds roll around to their generous racket bags. And a heady 3-love lead. Well, I got dropped off at the Players' Lounge today and went through, and there he was, sat in his chair, just having a coffee first thing this morning. That was about 10 o'clock. Gordon Reid, looking very relaxed. I wished him luck. Boy, did he need it. Alfie, you played really well, didn't he, in that singles match that they contested earlier?
Yeah, Alfie was really impressive. It just felt like as soon as he stepped on the court, he just meant business mode, and it can be hard playing against one of your closest friends and doubles partner, but he's just sort of able to separate it, isn't it? As soon as he steps on that court, it doesn't matter who's on the other side of the net, he just knows what he has to do, and I was so impressed with the physicality that he brought, just the way, I think you said in commentary earlier, he was throwing himself around in the chair, wasn't he? It was just straining every sinew to get to the ball, getting around the ball to be in the best position possible, and, you know, for that first set, he really just outplayed Gordon, didn't he?
He really did. It's kind of palpable, the energy and intensity that this man in the turquoise shirts brings. And they've got the smiles on, which is always nice to see. It's a relaxed affair, but they're in the driving seat, and that's what matters to them.
Love 15.
What's interesting here is that you see that the underdogs are quite struggling with their rhythm on serve. Now, do you think that's a pressure thing, or just generally they just grapple with that facet of their game day in, day out?
So it's probably a mixture of both, and the situation probably exacerbates it.
Love 40.
We've all had moments, so haven't we, in our career where we've really struggled with a ball toss, whether it be down to pressure, be down to the conditions, the sun or the wind, and it's just about trying to find the rhythm.
Game. Hewett, Reid.
So the top seeds
Hewett,
launch another
lead 4
second
games
break of
to love.
serve. And head out to a 4-love lead now. Alfie Hewett all smiles. They are enjoying themselves. ITF by dispatch from Gordon Reid, who loves to get into the front court at the earliest opportunity in any rally.
Seen that time and time again over the years, haven't we? Just the way they work together, it's almost like they're in sync. They know exactly what the other player is going to do. When one moves forward, the other really covers the back area of the court.
Well, Gordon Reid and alongside Alfie Hewett were made into OBEs along with their record-breaking partnership in the King's Birthday Honours List. So that a real coup for these two. It'll be the last thing on their mind right now, but a lovely thing for them.
$30-15. False. $40-15.
Gordon so decorated, Rio 2016 Paralympic champion, Australian Open champion and Wimbledon champion in the same year, as well as being the ITF World Champion. Done so much in the game. '93 ITF doubles titles, 3 World Team Cup men's titles, 52 singles titles. Interesting there how they were playing around with a different formation with Alfie and an unusual formation at the net. Like they need it, but anyhow, just preparing, you think, for sterner tests that lie in wait. It's the top seeds that lead 5-love now in this opening set.
I was going to say, you mentioned the formation there, but these are the kinds of things that if you're playing against someone like Joachim Gérard, you don't want to be a sitting duck at the net, do you? So this just gives them the opportunity to work on things like that and get comfortable and see if it's a tactic that they can, you know, start mixing into their play. And you'd think that being the successful pair that they already have and won so much that they have, you know, they've got to keep trying to elevate their game, and the younger players coming through, and it's just those marginal games, it's a few percent here and there that just can keep taking them to the next level and keep getting those Grand Slam titles, and I'm sure Olympic titles as well that they want.
Yeah, well said, that's right. You've got to constantly keep adding, haven't you, to your game. If you're complacent and stand still a little, Anna, you're absolutely right. You suddenly get pipped at the very top. And it happened to Alfie Hewett, didn't it, against Akita Oda in the French Open men's singles final a couple of weeks ago. Young Japanese 17-year-old, just too good. Straight sets winner he was, and he becomes now world singles #1. But for these two, a lovely day, great experience, and they'll take so much from this.
$15. $15.
Such a natural volleyer, always has been. Makes the game look very simplistic up in the net. Oh, yes, we remember that moment.
30-15.
Nice little look to the crowd as well, wasn't it? Did so well as well. I think Alfie Hewett thought he'd outfoxed him, but Abassi just managed to outfox him right back.
Well, it always does come back to good solid basics, doesn't it? If you've been taught technically well from a good young age, then they will hold up fundamentally under match pressure. And of course there is a lot of pressure, a lot of scoreboard pressure on these two.
Looks a little bit as well like the ball toss is just almost trying to go a bit too high as well. So when he's trying to time it behind him and the height,
I think he's trying to get a lot of kick on the serve, isn't he? Trying to brush up the back of the ball with the racket head, but in doing so, sometimes the contact point is way behind, like that. It's be challenging on that lower back.
Game. And first set, Hewett, Reid.
6 games to love then,
6
that
games
opening
to
set.
love.
Not a surprise to many, given the golf in ranking between the two pairs. The world number one's looking very, very good. Sustenance. It's all about staying hydrated. Warm day today, 2 degrees hotter tomorrow. It's supposed to spike at 30 degrees on finals day here in West London. It's lovely though, isn't it, seeing everybody in the summer wear. Just a blaze of colour. Queen's Club on a glorious day like this. And a moment to be celebrated for the underdogs, that's for sure. Just great to be out here.
Time. Second set, Hewett to serve.
15-14.
So here we go then, the start of set number 2, Alfie Hewett to serve.
Love 15.
30-14.
Lovely forcing serve from Alfie Hewett, mixing up his attack lines nicely. Some kicking wide, plenty of arc, rainbow-like in their shape, and detonating when they land on the court. And then the slice down the middle as well. It's got it all going on. But the real really big cornerstone of Alfie Hewett's game, and you touched on it earlier, is that physicality, the way that he throws his cart around the place. You can hear it knocking and sort of crackling as he's moving around so fast. A bit more relaxed in this double.
40-15.
But it's just, I think it's something that he's improved over the years, hasn't it? It's court coverage has got better, the physicality's got better, he's just got stronger and fitter.
Oh, that's a wonderful angle from Abassi. Really nice, just carving up the back of it, around the side of it as well. Banana-like in its flight path.
Another one for the highlight reel as well, to add to the little cross-court angle he got past Alfie before.
Game, Hewett, Reid.
Down through the corridor,
New
down
balls, please.
from Alfie Hewett there. Another
Game,
solid
second
service
set.
hold. They are unblemished behind their own serves. Rolling around with a set and one love to the good right now. Not even stopping for a towel down or a slurp. Want to get on with the business. Been on court now for 37 minutes or so.
Love 15.
I love the inventive nature of Azif's game. Sometimes you just hope he just add a little percentage to it, do the basics that little bit better. He's got the flamboyance.
Got to combine that with, like
Yeah,
you
plenty
say,
of
the
icing.
basics though.
Just needs the cake. Yeah.
Love 40.
Wonderful from Alfie Hewett, starting to find more expansive parts of his game.
Game, Hewett, Reid.
Hewett Reid, break again.
Hewett, Reid lead 2 games to love.
And it's taking a familiar look, this one. Got a real stranglehold over this match right now. And are determined to see it off in style.
Sure, they want to get in the locker room as quickly as possible as well, don't they? Conserve as much energy, especially Alfie ahead of tomorrow. Great to see them enjoying themselves and having a smile and a laugh on court.
Love 15. $15 all.
Oh, a lovely change up. So court aware, Alfie Hewett.
30-15.
Abassi was just making a charge, wasn't he, to the net? I don't think his partner was quite aware of where he was going to go, just left the space open that Alfie found.
Outs. 40-30. Again. Hewett Reid.
Classical lefty. McEnroe-like kind of
Reid,
serve, that one.
Game
Reid.
5.
Stunning ace. Just slid off the court, didn't it? Before you knew it was in the advertising hoarding courtside. There's no getting that back, no matter who you are. So a set 3 love then. Hewett and Reid. Setting sail for home. So they've got quite a support camp, these two then, Anna.
Yeah, they do. I'm not sure if you can just see in the top left of your picture. And that's Ben. And then just to his right hour left, if you look at it, Craig Allen as well. It does take a team of people behind the scenes as well. It's not just the people you see on court. And there's a lot of people that help them out on a daily basis that, yeah, you don't necessarily see, and it takes a village, doesn't it, to make a tennis player like this and to help them get all the success that they need. And those two have been a big part in really helping shape the players that Alfie and Gordon have become and are still to become as well.
Sundaram them to serve. Left 3 down, second set.
Outs. 59.
Well done. Just got out of the way of that one.
All.
Oh yes, don't mess with Gordon Reid in those kind of exchanges. He's got lovely soft hands. He can pull all sorts of angles.
15-30. 30
A little bit too cute there, didn't he? On that drop shot, probably didn't need to be quite that good, but again, just trying to express himself, isn't he? Showing that flair that he does have and those great hand skills. Would be great to see that Pakistan-Indian pairing get on the board though, wouldn't it?
Yeah. I'm sure that's a little chunkable sub-goal of theirs before coming into this match. Can we get a game?
$30, $40.
Combined age of these two serving, 97. Server 51, his partner 46.
Game, Hewett, Reid.
Great though, you can play on at this age, and stage, love it. Game for life tennis, that's for sure.
Hewett, Reid lead 4 games to
Another
love.
game for the top seats. Set for love now. Basking in the sunshine.
You saw in the previous match as well that the Frenchman Stéphane Houdet, how old is he? 52.
52.
He's still enjoying the game, then why not continue to play? Like you said, it's a sport for life.
15 love. Let's proceed.
Halted in his tracks. He was rolling on to the next point there, wasn't he? It was a lovely strike as well.
$30.
If you were their coach, what would you recommend they do? Just serve and return a lot more in practice, right? Because of that phase of play that seems to be letting them down the most, doesn't it? The near pair.
You alluded to it time and time again, though. Tennis comes down to who can do the basics better, and you know, Alfie and Gordon haven't really had to get out of first gear, but they've just made the serve, made the return, and the opponents, they just haven't been able to. There's been too many double faults, too many missed returns. If you're a coach getting them on the practice court, 100% you've got to say work on the consistency, getting that first serve into play, making sure you're getting the return into play as well.
40-15.
Losing his way momentarily, Alfie Hewett, very unlike him, perhaps just switched off a little.
Juice.
You have to look as well at Pakistan Indian players as well, when they actually started playing tennis. And you mentioned Sundaram, the 51-year-old, he actually only took up wheelchair tennis at the age of 44, and Abassi was only 41 as well.
Advantage Hewett.
Normal service resuming on the Hewett serve. Yeah, and of course, you know, they're complex skills to learn, aren't they, when you've only been doing it 7 years? I mean, absolutely, that's a really big factor, Anna.
Game. Hewett Reid.
Another game on the
Hewett
board.
Reid beats 5 games to love.
Move towards victory for Hewett and Reid. 6 love, 5 love up. All over this encounter, as we thought they would be. World number ones with just too much weaponry. After this match, we'll be bringing you Dermot Bailey and Andrew Penny of Great Britain, twinning up for the first time, scratch pairing. 29-year-old and 18-year-old take on Joachim Gérard and Stéphane Houdet. They're another imposing force at the foot of the men's doubles draw, second seeds. Despite their combined age of 86, they really will be a tough prospect. Be interested to see how Bailey and Penny go there. It's a terrific get from Alfie Hewett, who's enjoying some well-earned adulation there.
Almost another moment of brilliance though from Abassi, wasn't it? That pick-up flick, half volley cross court, but Alfie Hewett was having none of it. Just strained and found that line.
all. $15.30. $15.40. $30.40. Games the match. Hewett, Reid. 2 sets of love, 6 love, 6 love.
Both are on through to the men's doubles final tomorrow. Today firing on all cylinders and not even dropping a single game. A double bagel it was. They gobbled up their opponents and their day is done. They played singles against each other. Alfie came through that one. So he took the double today, if you will. He's into both singles and doubles final inside Gordon tomorrow. Fine win. And for Abassi and Manoj Kant, Sundaram. Well, back to the drawing board. Plenty to work on for them, and they'll have taken lots from this, hopefully. But for these two, a fine showing.
Ruthless, wasn't it? From start to finish, barely lost points, didn't they? It was just business-like. They did what they needed to do and got off the court as quickly as possible, conserved as much energy for tomorrow, and a great experience for Abassi and Sundaram. I'm sure when they started playing tennis, they never would have thought they'd have been on the grass courts of the Queen clubs. So for them to just be able to experience it and to play against the likes of Alfie and Gordon, and you could see how much they enjoyed it, didn't they? The smiles on their faces, and yes, they might not have won, but those are the kinds of things that the tennis gives you, and we always look at the winning and losing, but sometimes those kind of memories as well are equally as important. So it was great to see them out on the court.
Yeah, very much, and it'll stoke their fire and make them want to go away and get better and better, and you know, as it would many, but no, terrific experience for them. And so we have our second doubles semi-final coming up very, very shortly between Dermot Bailey and Andrew Penny, taking on Joachim Gérard and Stéphane Houdet. About 5 to 10 minutes away.
Time. Reid. 40-30. Tequila.
High fives all round. Welcome back to our last match on Court 1 on semi-final Saturday. The British Grass Court Wheelchair Tennis Tournament. It's the second of the men's doubles semi-finals, featuring Joachim Gérard in your picture and his partner Stéphane Houdet as the second seeds. In the bottom half of the draw, they take on Dermot Bailey and Andrew Penny of Great Britain. The Brits are a scratch pairing. They've never played together, and they've never contested a Grand Slam either yet. But these two, very, very much experienced. World number 4 is Joachim Gérard, the man in your picture, and he's also into the men's singles final as being a defending champion from last year. He'll take on Alfie Hewett in the singles tomorrow. There's our first glimpse today of Andrew Penny, who we watched play singles yesterday. Out to Stéphane Houdet, 6-3, 6-love in the singles, but made a good account of himself. He's ranked 39 in the world in doubles. Andrew has been a couple of spots higher back in March of this year. He's 18 years of age and resides in Alford in Hampshire near Winchester. Fine ball striker. And his partner is Dermot Bailey, the left-hander from Kettering. 11 years older at 29, to the right of your picture right now. And he's ranked 63 in the world and was as high as 40th in the world in August back in 2019. And for Gérard and Houdet, bottom of your picture. Their first ever title was the Roland Garros title in 2014 together. They've played 16 tournaments together, all told. And Stéphane Houdet in the bottom right was defending champion last year with Alfie Hewett. He's ranked 11th in the world right now in doubles, is Stéphane, the 52-year-old Frenchman. Former world number 1, a long time ago now, back in January 2009. So the world number 4 and 11 are the second seeds, up against the non-seeded scratch, all British pairing in white at the top of your picture. So that's how the land lies, and we're just undergoing the last few moments of the warm-up. There'll be serves to come, of course, but this again, a first meeting between these two pairs. But great expectation on the Belgian-Franco pairing, frankly, to come through in straight sets, given all of their pedigree and experience. Paul Hand alongside Anna Smith, looking forward to the last match of the day out here. It's been a good day.
It has been. We've seen a lot of great tennis, and we've got even more exciting ones to go, but this should be an interesting matchup. You've got a pair in the near side of your picture who have got so much experience and so many titles between them, and completely the opposite down the far end, isn't it? A scratch pairing, never played together, don't necessarily know what to expect. So on paper you'd have to say that the French and Belgian pairing are clear favourites for that, but Bailey and Penny have got a lot of talent. What can they do to really find ways to hurt the opponents?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, isn't it, how they do go, because we saw how imposing Joachim Gérard singles against this man in your picture, Stéphane Houdet, earlier today out on this very court. And that was 6-1, 6-1. He had his way against Houdet. But between them, they've got almost 180 titles. Houdet with 125 doubles titles. Gérard with 59.
To the left of the chair from Belgium, Joachim Gérard, Stéphane Houdet from France.
Andrew Penny has 6 doubles titles to his name, but none with his partner today because they're first twinning together. And Dermot Bailey to his left, 13 doubles titles, but as I say, they've never contested a Grand Slam. But for this young man at 18 years of age, there's plenty of upside with the way that he's improving his game so fast as well. You can imagine in the not too distant future he'll be competing in the slams when perhaps people like Houdet move on. He was emphatic, wasn't he? He bulldozed past his partner in the singles earlier today. That was the second match on.
Yeah, just plays well, doesn't he? He's got so many different ways to hurt opponents. We've spoken at length about, you know, the presence that he has, the strength that he has. He's got the big serve, he's got the big returns, the way he's able to just kind of move into the court. Got that bludgeon of a backhand as well, forehand, got the slice. There aren't really any weaknesses in his game, but I think one of the favourite things for me is just the presence. I think we mentioned it last year as well in commentary as well, just the calmness in his routine as well before he serves. It doesn't really ever seem like a time that he's flustered. He always just seems so composed, so calm, in control of his emotions, and I think that's such a huge strength that he possesses.
Yeah, it gives off a very strong aura, doesn't it? An aura of sort of imperiosity. He really does look very, very imposing. So these two will have their work cut out, we know that. Lefty-righty combination. Always an asset in itself, because as a doubles pair, you've got the left-handed serve coming one way into you, and the right-handed serve going the other way, so it's tough to settle when you're returning different serves. So here we go then, the start of our second men's wheelchair doubles semi-final. It's going to be Dermot Bailey to get us underway.
First set, Bailey needs to.
Wonderful backhand slice. What a start for the man who turned pro in 2010. He's out of Northampton. The coach, James Haley. Errors then, got to be careful here. He's a gold, silver and bronze medalist as Dermot in the World Team Cup. As part of the opening team that last won the title in Israel in 2019. Balancing his tennis career with study, then a job as a trainee accountant. Break points immediately here then for Houdet and Gérard. Well, the Belgian-French combination break immediately. The serve of Dermot Bailey, and respectfully Stéphane Houdet is waiting. So they're on the scoreboard already, rolling along nicely. Can they build on that?
Always important as well if you're the underdog or less experienced pairing that you want to try and get on the scoreboard early, and it wouldn't have been the way they wanted to start, losing serve in the opening game.
It's always difficult as well, Anna, isn't it? When you're a scratch pairing, you've not really played together, so there's going to be a little bit of angst and nerves between the two of them. And in terms of positional play, where they move to when, well, that's going to take a little while to knit together. So I guess they came in rather anxious, facing the might of the second seeds.
And also, if you don't have the experience as well, and as you said, maybe a little bit of nerves as well. Houdet and Gérard aren't the two players you want to be facing down the far end, are they? They don't give you much. They've got such contrasting styles. They've got so many strengths and so many ways that they can hurt you.
Oh, there's no getting that. Gorgeous touch from Houdet.
You see it so many times in his singles matches as well. There's just the cut that he's able to get under the ball, and it's almost moving sideways, isn't it, when it bounces off the court?
All. 40-13.
It's hard to believe the first time they ever paired up, the serving duo, that they won the French Open back in 2014. Remarkable, isn't it? That's how good they were back then. Much improved now. Joachim Gérard the no-nonsense service hold, backing up the earlier break. It's a good consolidation. They now lead 2-0.
You can see why they are such a good pairing though, can't you? A lot of the times when you've got contrasting styles, Gérard is the power, the aggression, and Houdet's almost a finesse, isn't he? So it's good to have that. You don't want to kind of have two similar styles. There's different ways that they can win points. They can out-hit you, they can kind of out-variety you, can't they? Out-touch you a little bit. So just having that different ability to win different points in different ways.
It's almost like the architect and the assassin, isn't it? With Gérard setting the point up, Houdet just volleying away with angles and subtleties. Well, this definitely is, there's no doubt about the tougher of the two ends to serve at. Andrew Penny there just getting off to a slow start. Needs to put the wheels on fast here, because this set will get away from them very quickly if they don't.
Not easy with the way the shade is on the court as well, sort of covering half the court. Easy to lose track of the ball.
all. Out. 14-15.
Well, Andrew Penny's done really well here. From love 15, 3 consecutive points. Can they notch this one?
Not giving this one up, are they? A couple of uncharacteristic unforced errors earlier in the game from Gérard, but making their opponents work for it. Don't want to give them any easy games.
Game. Penny.
It's a really good hold from Andrew Penny.
Gérard Houdet leads 2-1.
Feel a little bit of joy on getting on the board. That's so important, and now they've got some traction. Can they build from this platform? A lot of work to do. It's the second seeds in Houdet and Gérard who lead the way. 2-1 first set.
Time. Stéphane Houdet to serve.
Stéphane Houdet then, the last in the serving rotation.
30 love.
Returning
14.
games though from Penny and Bailey, they've got to just find a little bit of consistency on the returns. Just in these first 2 games, they just haven't really been able to find the court with the returns.
Game. Gérard, Houdet. Gérard, Houdet lead 3 games to 1.
Away again. Houdet with his hold pretty quick and insistent. Just checking his straps. That's what these players do, making sure they're buckled in nice and tight. Be wriggling out of the chair. That's what gives them the stability.
I think he just found the line, didn't he? Great lob there from Andrew Penny.
Just a little over audacious, Gérard there.
15.
Don't blame him for giving it a go, do you, though? He has the skills to pull it off, but maybe just going for a little bit too much. Nice to see him trying to mix in a few different shots, though. Going for a little bit of flair.
Well, the women and the quad players will be coming into action with leading Brits Lucy Sugar and Andy Lapthorne among the entries for the women and quads draws. That'll be a feature of the Royal Sea International Eastbourne next week on the south coast from the 29th of June to the 1st of July. Lucy Sugar has decorated herself, isn't she, with a He likes the trick shots, Andrew Penny. He's quite creative, but that was to no avail there because Big Joe just came in with the sledgehammer.
4 games to 1.
So with that now, they've got another break of serve. And they're locked in 4-1 position in this opening set. Looking really good right now, the second seeds. Yeah, and the Sport Excel UK Great Britain tennis team, in collaboration with the LTA, recently returned from the 2023 Virtus Global Games in Vichy, France, with a total of 8 medals, 4 golds, 2 silvers and 2 bronze medals. Virtus Global Games is the world's largest elite sports events for athletes with intellectual impairment, and Great Britain were the most decorated tennis team. medalists were Anna McBride, Fabrice Higgins, Dominic Lanotti and Lily Mills, Ollie Beadle and Luke Turnbull as well. Lily Mills, incidentally, currently among the tennis players representing GB this week at the Olympic World Summer Games in Berlin. So many good athletes doing so well across so many different platforms. It's great. British tennis is booming right now. Oh yes, lovely. Getting up so quickly there, Dermot Bailey, to expose the little hole between the opponents.
It's a smart play, isn't it? Using that middle channel. What do you call it? You've got a name for it. The corridor of doubt. Yeah. Corridor of doubt.
That one.
Yeah. It is so clever though, because especially it's hard with the communication.
Sometimes see a clash of rackets down there, don't you? If they've used it down nicely.
$30-50.
So 30 all then. Gérard serve. Well, he got it done in the end. There was no call from the lines judge, but he should have put it away after the smash. He knows it as well, hence the broad grin across his face.
I think maybe Gérard could have done a little bit more with the shot back from the smash as well, couldn't he? Gave Andrew Penny another chance and he just managed to find the line.
Game, Bailey Penny.
Good game there from the British pairing.
Gérard to the lead, 4 games
Notch
to
another.
3.
So 2-4 they are now with their serve to come.
Need to just try and find some first serves here, don't they? Really want to just try and put the pressure back on the pairing of Houdet and Gérard. I don't want to let them get another break ahead.
Oh, super dig from Dermot Bailey, who just timed that so sweetly from his moment that he rolled into it. Beautifully done.
15 love.
Starting to gel a little bit more, aren't they, the British pairing? Starting to figure out what they need to do on the court.
15 all.
Right into the corner of the court from Big Joe. Well, it's a difficult match from all four players' perspective now, with the shrouded sort of shade on the court at the far end. Watch the ball very closely. Craftily engineered from the salty old sea dog that is Stéphane Houdet at 52 years of age. He just is so good at crafting those points.
Sounds like the breeze is picking up a little bit as well, makes it tricky for the servers. Took that so early. Didn't want to let
15,
Penny have a chance, and it wasn't the pace that outdid him, it was just the timing. Really snapped down on it, got it low to his feet, couldn't do anything about it. Break points again though. Get that break back again.
Game. Gérard, Houdet.
So Gérard,
New
Houdet
balls, please. Gérard,
And a big
Houdet
game.
lead. 5 games
opening out
to 2.
to a 5-2 lead, a 3-game cushion then for the second seeds right now. We're looking more favourable to go on and meet Hewett and Reid in tomorrow's final. There's 5 indoor one-day events across the country, open to anybody who wants to have a go at wheelchair tennis. And those dates will be the Saturday the 26th of all, the National Tennis Centre in London, Sunday the 10th of September at Chesterfield Lawn Tennis Club, Sunday the 17th of September at Oxtal Sports Park in Gloucester, and Saturday the 23rd of September in Kingsley Tennis Centre in Hampshire, Borden, and October, a date to be confirmed in Easton Tennis Centre in the East Coast at Norwich. So you don't need a chair or a racket to participate. The LTA will provide all the equipment that you need. Just get yourself along to any of those things if you're motivated by and think you should give it a crack. It's a game for life, so you can pick it up at any age. Terrific sport, I can tell you that. Really engaging. Here's Stéphane Houdet, who's masterful, been at it a long. 52-year-old Frenchman serving for the opening set, 5-2.
$15 love. Left, second serve. Love.
Plum on the paint from Houdet.
Much more aggressive there with the forehand from the Frenchman. Seen so many slices and drop shots from him. Going for more of the power forehand there.
40 love.
Yeah, much more domineering. You're absolutely right, Anna. It's too easy, isn't it, in this game to get sort of sucked into sort of, you know, chip and punch and nudge. And got to be careful. You can become a little complacent with all of that. Well, a brilliant return of serve from
40, 15.
Dermot Bailey.
I always think it's, when you're a player like Houdet, it's trying to find the balance, isn't it, between being able to use the slices and the variety that he has, but also just being able to be aggressive.
Game and first set.
Second seeds, Stéphane Houdet and Joachim Gérard take the opening
6
set.
games to 2.
As former Roland Garros champion back in 2015, they're looking good right now. Halfway into tomorrow's final. Men's finals inked into place, isn't it, with the Australian Alex de Minaur, who takes on Carlos Alcaraz in the able-bodied final. That'll be tomorrow. I believe there's doubles to get underway on centre court shortly. Gonzalez and Eduard Roger Vasselin, Mexican-French combo, take on Ivan Dodig of Croatia and Austin Krajcak of the States. They're the second seeds. So still plenty of good tennis going on at Queen's on semi-final Saturday. And I do like this punchy format in the doubles as well. I like it in that basically the third set is a match tie-break in its entirety, which is good because I think sometimes it can drag a little. Said respectfully, I'm talking about tennis generally, and I think it's just a much punchier sort of way to do things. Particularly if, as a singles player, you've been involved in the doubles as well. It can get a little laboured, I would imagine.
I never used to like the format because I obviously played a lot of doubles later on in my career. I always... Yeah, obviously I didn't play singles as well, so I do understand, but it just, sometimes it felt a little bit of a lottery, but in terms of trying to bring people to the sport and to watch it and to be able to sit through a whole match, you're absolutely right. 2 sets and then the excitement of finishing with a match tie-break, it probably is better in terms of the viewing public, adds a little bit more excitement.
I really like what they do with the juniors. My 2 lads, 16 and 12, they both play, and it's always fast 4. So it's a tie-break at 3-all in every set, which is brutal, but of course, sudden death juice as well. So you constantly get to the big points, which is good for their development. But they don't know what to do if you play a set to 6.
It is a good format though, and I think it really emphasises how quickly you have to start sets. You know, if you play a fast 4 format and you're a bit of a slow starter, all of a sudden you're 2-3 love down and the set's pretty much gone.
Just missed there. I do like the fluidity of the Andrew Penny serve. It's really nice. I think that he could do with keeping his tossing arm up just that little bit longer occasionally. It's easy for that kind of rhythm to drag down into the net. Just take a look at that. I think you'll like it technically. It's lovely. Loose and languid.
The only thing I'd say if I was Andrew Penny's coach is maybe just trying to keep a little bit taller. We've seen occasionally sometimes manages to fall down, doesn't keep the chest upright. We see quite a lot of, when he does miss, we see quite a lot of errors that go into the net. But really, like you say, when he gets that arm going, it's nice and quick. Gets a lot of aggression and work on the ball.
Oh, he's got a lovely feel as well, there's no doubting that. And that was exquisite. Really well done.
First game, second set.
Get on the board. First of all in set 2.
Love. Love. Out. 30-15.
Fantastic width there from Gérard on the forehand, always just curving away from Bailey.
Well, we've become accustomed to see quite a few of those over the years from Gérard on our TV screens. He's an ace fiend, isn't he? Locks in at a game, you can see him enjoying time in the gym, can't you? Really relishes those weight sessions, you'd imagine.
I relish them quite so much. Not quite as much as I used to these days anyway. Glorious
early return. Now that's a passage of play that Alfie Hewett's going to have to watch out for tomorrow. He loves to roll in, doesn't he, and take that sort of halfway between the baseline and the service line. The early return is just cause havoc with opponents. As soon as they hit the service, back on them.
It's just the pressure again building up, isn't it? You've got Houdet with the skills as well, but then you've got Gérard just so imposing and taking the ball so far inside the baseline on the return, and I'm sure he's going to look to do it again here.
Always missed.
Game. Gérard,
The
Houdet.
gaping chasm of a court that was left.
Gérard, Houdet lead.
Dermot
2
Bailey
games
just
to
missing
1.
there. So it is indeed the second seeds that roll out with a 2-1 lead in this set. So finals day tomorrow, and I'm guessing it's probably a 1 o'clock start. That's just, I'm pretty sure it was that last year, was it? Or maybe 12, I'm not sure. Don't quote me on that, folks, but hopefully we can bring you more detail on that.
Fine. Love.
Another big forehand from the Belgian. I'm sure number 2 seeds will be looking to pull away here. Bailey and Penny have done well to halt their momentum. That's beautiful from Houdet, just carving around the outside of the ball, finding the angle. You can just see here the presence of mind, just to keep moving forward, getting as close to the net as possible to cut off the angle.
Oh, well done. Gérard coming to the rescue because it got behind Houdet.
14-15.
I do love that drop shot that Houdet plays, though, the one that he sends so high up in the air and get it spinning back towards the net.
Game. Gérard,
It
Houdet.
reminds me of fellow Frenchman Mansour Barami when he's up to his trickery.
Gérard, Houdet lead. 3 games to 1.
So 3 games from victory now, Gérard and Houdet. But a much tighter contest than the first double semi-final that we watched. That was the double bagel, wasn't it, favouring the top seeds Hewett and Reid over Abassi and Sundaram.
15 love.
space down the middle of the court as well, and Bailey and Penny maybe just getting in each other's way a little bit.
Well, it's almost as if he's got his sand wedge out, Stéphane Houdet, when he does that. It's great to watch, but he didn't quite clear the net on that occasion. I was fascinated by the bounce of those things. They just take a different trajectory, don't they? Go into a different postcode.
Out. 30 all.
Still good communication between the two, the pair in blue and white.
Smart from Penny as well here, just taking his time a little bit, just trying to quash a little bit of the momentum that Houdet and Gérard have.
$40-50. Game, Bailey, Penny.
Andrew Penny holds on to his serve. That's very, very well. Just stays in touch here.
3 games to 2.
Dermot Bailey. Still the second seeds that are set 3-2 to the good. Faring pretty well considering they're a scratch pairing as well. That's never easy, and they've acquitted themselves very well, twinning nicely on occasions.
Got better as the match has gone on as well, haven't they? Seem to just be understanding a little bit more how their games work. It takes a while though, doesn't it, when you're a new pair to figure out each other's games, and I think not just the games, it's also personalities as well gelling. Always sometimes found that the best pairings just didn't work because personalities didn't match on court. You've got to be able to get on court and bring the best out of each other as well.
Well, of course, he wants a quick punchy match ideally, so he can put his feet up, relax a little bit, back in the hotel. For tomorrow's final against Alfie Hewett.
Especially as the weather forecast is looking to be a little bit warmer tomorrow. You said up at 30 degrees. That's very, very warm conditions, and absolutely right. We'll want to get this one done and dusted as soon as possible.
35. Out. 30-15. 40-15.
Gérard holds on, no surprise there. And just start to pull away again in the second set. 6-2, 4-2 up now, the second seeds. A couple of games from victory. Well, I can confirm it will be a midday start tomorrow for the men's wheelchair singles final and the doubles final to follow. For a big man, he's got a lovely touch, hasn't he?
15-all.
Knows where the spaces is as well. As you said, it's not always just bludgeoning tennis. He's able to redirect the ball, open up angles, sees the game really well.
Just thrashes that one down the line dismissively.
15-30.
Finding his targets on a regular basis now, Joachim Gérard. Whenever the traffic is coming his way, he's been very bossy.
Fifteen, 14. Game, Gérard, Houdet.
Well, the veteran pairing, the second seeds, all smiles. They're really pulling away from their opponents right now. A game from victory, set 5-2. They roll around enthusiastically. They are all over this second men's doubles semi-final. Some welcome shade for everybody in that little slither of the court. People watching at Queen's. See so many different sorts, don't you? Walking the gangways and the little alleys.
It's always interesting who you bump into. It's always some old faces and you haven't seen in a long time. It's Just such a great environment to be in here, and you can tell everyone just loves the tennis, and such a good day out for people.
Packed house, sellout throughout the week. Beautifully done from Houdet. I thought one of them might come off. Really well done there. Perfectly placed. Wasn't too greedy, was he?
No, not that time. He's missed the last couple. Like you say, has been a bit too greedy on occasion, but not that time. Perfect amount of care on the ball.
Done it again. Deja vu. Houdet with that fine second backhand volley drop shot. He's got 3 match points. Lovely from Dermot Bailey. Just moving away from Houdet. Found it. Saving their best till last. Clinging on by their fingertips here, enjoying this occasion, trying to detain the second seeds as long as possible, but it's still a 3rd match point for Houdet. Well, it seems fitting that Stéphane Houdet, who was the defending champion with Alfie Hewett last year, finds the winner off the volley, where he's been so effective throughout this match. This year he's twinning very efficiently with Joachim Gérard of Belgium, and together the second seeds romp on through to tomorrow's men's doubles final. 6-2, 6-2. An emphatic win in the end. Some really entertaining, engaging rallies though. Fun for all to watch.
Really enjoyable match. Penny and Bailey really grew into the match, didn't they? Started to play some of their best tennis at the end, but just the experience from the number 2 seeds really shone through, and just again that the way they work as a pair, they gel as a pair, the contrast in styles, it just proved a little bit too much for the all British pairing.
Some keen autograph hunters to be obliged. Gentle giant, Joachim Gérard. These are lovely moments, aren't they? They've probably been so inspired today courtside, watching this and the able-bodied tennis as well on centre that's been standout as well. What's not to love about a day out at Queen's at that age? Terrific. Some lovely memories. I'm not sure if we're going to get any statistics to bring you, but that does conclude our action from semi-final Saturday. We'll do it all over again tomorrow, starting midday with the men's wheelchair singles final. It'll be Alfie Hewett against Joachim Gérard, the top 2 seeds, rightly going head-to-head. And then the doubles final thereafter, Hewett and Reid to take on Joachim Gérard and Stéphane Houdet. Again, top 2 seeds in that discipline, getting at each other again. So that rounds out our coverage on semi-final Saturday. Hope you enjoyed the action. Just bid you a very good evening from Anna Smith and myself, Paul Han. Bye for now.
Where are you going? Yeah.